Take your seats. Sorry about the delay for inventory purposes. All right, we ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I see Mr. Robinson's already on the stand. I know it's painful for you, but you got to stand up when the jury comes in. Hey, Bree, how are you? Okay.
And Judge, there is one last thing I want to do because it pertains to what the cross is going to be, so we're going to handle that right before Mr. Shiner starts.
Okay.
Jury entering.
Welcome back, folks. All right, everyone take your seats, please. Apparently, the state has another question or so for Mr. Robinson. Go ahead.
Yes, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Robinson. All right, so right before we left for the lunch break, we were talking about your time with the detective when they came over to take the photos of the receipts and your injuries. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
One of the things that also was done, do you recall having to give permission for them to be able to enter your phone?
Yes, ma'am. I had to give permission.
And your phone was still located in the Cadillac, or did you have it on your person by then?
No, I didn't have my phone. It was still inside the vehicle.
All right. Did you give the law enforcement permission to enter your phone to be able to search and download the items in there?
Yes, ma'am. I thought they already had done that and had permission, but then the detective came to my house with a form to sign.
Like a consent form?
Correct.
Okay. And you did sign that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm approaching the witness with what's already been shown to defense counsel as State 60, Judge.
Okay.
And Mr. Robinson, have you seen this document just recently?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is, in fact, your phone log from the phone in question that you had on the night of the 6th going into the 7th, correct?
Correct.
All right. And to the best of your knowledge, those are the numbers you called or received calls from?
Yes, correct.
At this time, State would offer into evidence State 60, Judge.
Any objection? All right, very well. 60-60 is admitted without objection.
And permission to approach witness to
You may.
The final question, you don't deny making any of these calls or receiving these calls, right?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
All right, very well. Ready for cross-examination?
Sir.
Okay, Mr. Shiner, you may begin.
Thank you.
All right.
Good afternoon. What gave you the right to go over this grown man's house and get involved in his relationship, sir?
I didn't necessarily have the right to do so.
You did it anyway, right?
Correct.
It was your choice. Nobody forced you to go.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Yes, sir.
Nobody forced Keyshawn Jones to go, right?
No, sir. No one forced Keyshawn Jones to go.
Grown man, right?
Keyshawn Jones is a grown man, correct?
Smart guy going to honors college. He's an FAU, right?
Correct. Keyshawn does go to the honors college at FAU.
Smart guy too. You got your associate's degree. You're going on to college for furthering your education, right?
I'm trying to do so, correct?
Right. Chris Lowe, grown man, right?
Correct. Chris Lowe is a grown man.
Works out a lot.
No, he doesn't really work out a lot.
No, you don't think so?
I know he doesn't work out a lot.
How about back in 2021 when this case happened? Was he working out?
I'm not too confident on what Chris's workout regimen was in 2021 to say.
Best friends, right?
Best friends, yes, but not his gym trainer. No, sir.
You never went to the gym with him back then?
On occasion, we did attend.
He's, what's he, about 6'3", 6'4"?
I personally think he's about 6'1", but he says he's 6'2".
Okay, and how tall are you? How
Oh.
tall were you back in the day when this happened? Same height, I'm sure.
I was 5'10" then, and I'm still currently 5'10".
How much did you weigh back when this case happened?
I didn't really use a scale or anything like that. I didn't weigh myself often.
About the same size as you are today?
I would say, yes, sir.
You know, if you weigh 180 pounds?
No, sir, I don't keep a scale at home. I don't weigh
You
myself.
can't tell us approximately how much you weigh.
No, sir, I'm not a doctor. I don't have a scale. I couldn't tell you.
No idea.
Honestly, no, I don't. Couldn't tell you. I haven't been to Publix in a while.
And your other friend that went with you who passed away, Sebastien,
Yes, sir.
forced him to come, did they?
No, sir.
This whole thing started when you get a call from Dominique Jones telling you she was in a fight with her boyfriend, right?
Right.
And then you took it upon yourself as soon as you got that call to call your buddies, right? Your brothers.
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again?
You get the call from Dominique, and then you start calling your brothers, right?
Are you telling me or asking me? I'm sorry.
I said, right. Isn't that true?
Is it true that I called my brothers after Dominique called me? Is that what you're asking?
That's the question, sir.
Yeah, that's true.
You were rounding up your posse, right?
No, sir, I don't have a posse. I'm not sure. Can you define posse?
You know what that means or no?
No, sir, that's why I just asked you if you could define it.
How about a gang of 4 men?
Could you define what a gang is, sir?
A group of guys who are vigilantes who are about to do something.
I wouldn't consider myself a vigilante, so no, sir. I wouldn't
so
say that would consider us a gang.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
I wouldn't. You defined a gang as four vigilantes. I wouldn't consider myself a vigilante, so I wouldn't consider us a gang either.
But nevertheless, you called your friend. Who'd you call first? Who'd you call first to come help you?
I believe I touched base with Keyshawn first.
Okay. You knew Keyshawn was mad, right?
I knew he wasn't upset, but by his tone, I wouldn't say he was mad. Keyshawn's not generally a mad person or
He
angry
wasn't
person.
mad until somebody disrespected his sister, right?
Well, I'm not Keyshawn, so I can't really speak on how he felt.
He's your friend. You know him better than anyone. You said he's your brother. You lived with him. You know he was mad, right?
Like I said, I wouldn't describe him as mad, but I can't tell you exactly how he felt because I'm not Keyshawn.
Okay, so he was okay with this happening. Allegedly, his sister getting slammed on the ground, like she alleges, right?
Was Keyshawn okay with that happening? I don't think he was okay with that.
Okay.
There's a difference between not being okay with it and being angry.
All right, so you won't even give me that he was angry. You won't agree with that.
Overruled. It's cross-examination. Go ahead.
You won't agree with that, right?
I won't agree that Keyshawn was angry. I won't give that to you.
You won't agree with that is the question. That he was angry, your brother, your best friend.
Again, I wouldn't say he was angry, but it's subjective. If what you define someone being angry as, or what I define someone being angry as, it's up to the person to say.
But you were with him that night.
I was with him, and like I said, he was pretty regular composure for how he carries himself. That night was no different.
So you call Keyshawn, right?
Right.
And you discuss what happened to Dominique, right?
Briefly, yes.
You don't know what really happened or didn't happen to her, do you?
Correct. It's not possible for me to really know. I wasn't there.
Didn't see any injuries on Dominique. Did you ever see any injuries from this incident on her?
No, sir. It wasn't possible for me to see injuries because I wasn't with Dominique.
Got out of the hospital the next day. You didn't see any injuries on her when you saw her again. You saw her at the hospital, actually, didn't you?
I was focused on my own gunshot wounds at that time. I'm saying I didn't see her beforehand.
How about when you got out of the hospital? You never saw her again?
I was primarily focused on my own gunshot wounds, not if she had bruising on her body. I was beyond that at this
I
point.
asked you what you were focused on. I asked if you ever saw Dominique again is the question, sir.
You asked if I saw her bruises actually, but to answer both of those questions, I didn't see her. I didn't see her bruises, and I'm justifying that with because I was focused on my own gunshot wounds.
Let me ask you a simple question. When's the next time you saw Dominique after you got out of the hospital?
I saw her at the hospital, but to answer your question, the next time I saw her was she came to my house to bring me something to eat, probably, when I was healing.
Did you see any bruises on her then? Or did she show you bruises that were allegedly caused by Mr. Rudolph?
You're not going to like this answer, but I was focused otherwise on my gunshot wounds.
So my question is, did she show you or did you see any bruises? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
All right. Okay. All right, very well. If it's not already in, it is now.
Show you defense number 11. I'm sorry, man.
No, yeah, sure.
Show you number 11. Can you see it all right?
Yes, sir.
That's your gun, right?
Yes, sir.
That's where you dumped your gun, right?
That's where I threw it as I was fleeing for my life.
So you were fleeing for your life. The guy was threatening to still kill you. Travis Rudolph was chasing. Let me get a mic.
Please.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you better with the mic.
Problem. So this is where you, what's your word, through or placed?
Whichever you prefer. It's your,
All right.
it's your statement.
It's where you threw your gun while you were running for your life, right?
Correct.
And he's chasing you still, shooting at you, threatening he's going to kill you and finish you off, right?
Correct.
And that's when you think it's important to throw your gun away. If somebody's trying to shoot you and kill you as you're running away, you dump your gun?
Well, no, sir. The way the series of events took place was I disposed of my gun after I felt I was no longer being chased and I was safe.
Jumped one fence and threw the gun right there, right?
I waited a while, and once I was no longer being chased, then I jumped the fence, correct? And then
Go ahead. You're not finished?
No, sir, I wasn't. Then I waited for a while, and then I jumped the fence. Then I disposed of my gun.
So the guy, Mr. Rudolph's chasing you with his firearm, saying he's going to finish you off and kill you, shooting at you still, right? As you're running away is your testimony.
It's on video, sir.
That's what your testimony is.
My testimony is, yes, that's what happened.
So he's chasing you in the backyard, right?
No, sir, he didn't chase me very far into the backyard. His brother chased me further into the backyard.
You saw that on video. That's not what you said previously. You said my client was chasing you, right?
Sustain.
When did you find out that it was Darryl Rudolph chasing you in the backyard?
When I heard his voice behind me when I was there.
We'll talk about that also in a minute.
Okay.
All right, so you got rid of your gun because you knew you are one of the people responsible for getting Sebastien killed, right?
I got rid of my gun because I was scared that law enforcement would believe I was the person shooting that night, and that they wouldn't give me any medical assistance, or they would delay medical assistance in fear of what I was doing or what I had done. So, no, sir, I didn't throw away my gun because I believe I was responsible for Sebastien dying that night.
You didn't want to get arrested for pulling a gun on Travis Rudolph and his brother, did you, sir?
I never pulled a gun on Travis Rudolph or his brother, sir, so that wasn't necessarily a fear that I had.
You never told the police when they arrived to help you after you saw the gentleman in the street who called 911 and the police came before the ambulance, you never told the police you just threw your gun somewhere, did you, sir?
I had been shot, so I was in shock. It was very, but I don't know how to put it in words, but.
Answer my question. Did you tell the police or not?
Can you start the question from the beginning, please?
Simple question. Isn't it true you did not tell the police you threw your gun by a fence before the police found you?
Isn't it true that I did not tell the police? Correct, sir. That isn't true because I was focused on that I had been shot and I was scared that I wouldn't live. So.
Okay. Would you be surprised the paramedics said you had all your faculties about you and you were sitting up talking properly?
I was trying to maintain my composure and breathe and stay alive. So.
All right. So did you tell the police or not? Because I'm not sure what your answer is. Did you tell them you threw a gun there?
Wait, I already answered that question, sir.
Yes or no?
I already answered that question.
All right, just say it again, please. Yes or no?
No, sir. I did not tell the police because I was focused on my own gunshot wounds.
Why do you keep having to answer? I'm just asking yes or no questions.
All right, sustained. Next question.
I don't like answering questions and not justifying them. I don't want to give you empty answers or leave room for.
Wait for the next question, please.
Yes, sir.
When the paramedics came there, did you tell the paramedics you threw a gun?
No, sir.
Weren't you worried that a kid could find this gun and possibly hurt somebody?
What's the objection? What's the legal objection? Sure. Stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Mr. Robinson, you're going to have to keep your voice up, okay? Because it's very difficult to hear you. And use that microphone, please, too. All right, go ahead. Nick. Mr. Shiner, go ahead.
Thank you. You never even thought about if a child would find this gun that could possibly do something bad with it. Right?
No, sir.
When you get to the hospital and you give a statement to the detective, do you know his name, the detective you spoke with?
No, sir. I cannot remember.
Right? And you never told that police officer you threw your gun somewhere or dumped your gun or whatever word you want to use, right?
Correct.
Okay. It wasn't until you were released from the hospital the next day, right? You released the next day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just, you have to talk up because it's being recorded. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Yes, sir.
All right. And did you say on direct that Detective Vanderlyn showed you photographs of your gun?
Overruled.
That's my notes. I could be wrong. That's why I'm asking you. Did you say that before?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
That the detective showed you photographs of your gun?
Did the detective show me photographs of my gun at what point?
Well, I'm asking you if you said that on direct. I don't know what point. I'm asking you if that's what you said. Anytime. From the day this happened till today. Did she ever show you photographs or anybody from the police department show you photographs of your gun?
Objection, Judge. That's a compound question, not a question the witness.
Well, it was a different question, but I think it's clear enough. Simply put, did a detective show you a photograph of your gun at any point in time, apparently?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When?
I can't particularly remember at what point I was shown a photograph, but I know at some point I've at various points throughout this whole process I've been shown photographs of my firearm.
Well, you know the police officer showed you a photograph before you were questioned the next day, correct? By the female detective, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Female detective from Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. Do you know Detective Vanderlyn? You know who I'm talking about?
Yes, sir, I know Detective Vanderlyn.
He's the one who showed you a photograph of your gun before you even gave your statement, right?
Did she show me the photograph before I gave my statement?
My question, isn't that true? She did.
I'm not sure if that's true or false, sir. I can't tell you when, at what point. I've been, like I said, I was shown photographs of my firearm at various points, and it's been almost like 2 years since Sebastien passed away, so I can't remember.
Well, you never told anybody in law enforcement you dropped your gun or put your gun where it was before they showed you a photograph of that firearm, correct?
I'm not sure if I told them or if they showed me. I just understood that it was it was known knowledge. I didn't know that it was something, or think that it was something that was being hid or people didn't know about.
How did you find out the police found your gun?
Like I said, or like you said, when Detective Vanderlyn came to my home, at some point, we had that discussion about if I had my firearm that night, and things like that. I can't tell you exactly if she showed me a photograph first or if I told her first. I was recovering from my gunshot wound, so my memory's a bit foggy from that particular time.
I'm not asking anything other than how did you find out? Well, maybe you never did. And how did you find out the police found your gun?
It was, but last time. Answer the question, please. How did you find out?
I'm not sure.
All right, but at one point you knew, correct?
I know that I currently know.
All right, tell me what police officer or officers you told you threw your gun where we just showed you those, or I showed you those pictures before they came and talked to you. Again, after this.
I can't necessarily recall the statement that I gave at the hospital when I was post-surgery, that the first statement I gave. So it could have been at that time. If not, like I said, I know I had a discussion with Detective Vanderlyn at my house. So.
Okay. Well, I thought you agreed with me earlier when you spoke to the detective at the hospital. You didn't tell him you threw your gun.
Sorry, sir. Like I said, my memory is a bit foggy from when I was at the hospital because I just got out of surgery and I was receiving pain medication because I was in such pain.
All right. So now it's possible you told the first officer who questioned you in the hospital that you threw your gun, right?
We're moving backwards, but yes, sir.
All right, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Give you a copy of your audio statement. Have you ever seen your audio statement before or heard it?
Yes, sir.
You have a copy of this?
No, I don't have a copy.
When did you hear it and see it?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, sir. I haven't. I believe I may have been presented a copy of it in my deposition, but I haven't been over this. I haven't. I don't have a copy of this.
Okay, well, it's pretty short. Take a look at it and tell me where you told that detective on April 7th at 3:51 a.m. when you gave a statement where you told that detective you dropped your gun.
Just a moment. Sorry.
You okay?
Defense?
Agree with that?
State will stipulate that, agrees that there's no reference to the firearm in that statement that you're looking at. Is that?
Okay.
Okay. Do you agree?
Yes, sir. I agree.
All right, very well. Next question.
You never, ever even told the detective at the hospital you had a gun with you, right?
No, sir.
It wasn't until well, let me backtrack. You were hoping no one would ever find this gun, weren't you, sir?
No, sir. That wasn't what I was hoping. I was at what point in time were you are you asking me what I was hoping?
Before the police found the gun, isn't it true you didn't want anyone to know you had a gun with you that night, right?
Do you want me to answer what I was hoping for or answer that question?
I want you to answer my question, not your own, mine question.
First question ended with what am I hoping for? The second question ended with a right or wrong. So that's
All right,
two
my
questions.
first question is you were hoping
I was hoping my friend would live. I was hoping I would live.
not what I asked you. Now I'm responsive.
Sustained. All right, so just answer the question if you remember what it is.
I don't remember, sir. It's asking multiple questions at the same time.
One question, you were hoping nobody would find your gun, right? The police wouldn't find your gun. That was what you wanted.
No, sir, that's not what I wanted.
Then why didn't you tell them when they first came to you or at the hospital? Why didn't you say I had a gun? You guys better find it. Why didn't you tell them that?
My mind was all over the place. I got shot multiple times.
And you got released the very next day, right?
That's because I was given the option to either recover at the hospital or recover at home. So I chose to recover at home just because I felt more comfortable doing that.
All right. So you disagree that you didn't want anyone to find your gun in law enforcement. You disagree with that statement.
No, or I would disagree with that statement, sir.
Okay. Why'd you have an extended clip with hollow bullets in that gun? Hollow point bullets.
The bullets I had in the gun were just the ones that I got when I was given it. And then as far as an extended magazine, I believe that that is one of the stock magazines that actually comes with the firearm. It just has a piece of the plastic removed to make it appear as if it's an extended magazine, but when in fact it's just a magazine that has that holds a higher capacity of rounds.
Oh, so that's the way you bought the gun from your friend Keyshawn, with that extended magazine?
Again, it's not an extended magazine, but that is the way I bought the gun, correct?
Okay, so it's a normal magazine in your opinion.
It is. The gun, when you buy it, comes with two magazines. One, I believe, has, let's say, under 10 bullets, and then the other one has above 10 bullets. So it's not an extended off-market magazine like you would, like the one, like Travis had a drum on his gun. I would
I asked you
consider.
about Travis's. I didn't ask you about off-market. I'm asking extended. Did you disagree it was extended or not? That's all I'm asking.
I was explaining, you just interrupted me, so now.
That's all I asked you. You're not being responsive again. I'm asking you if it was an extended magazine.
All right, sustained. Either you agree it's an extra capacity magazine or you don't. Does it have more rounds in it than the other one? Or is it able to accommodate more rounds than the other one? That's the question.
Yes, sir.
Next question.
Why'd you have hollow point bullets? That was given to you by Keyshawn?
Keyshawn, yes, sir.
Okay. Did he tell you what hollow point bullets can do to a human being if they go in them?
I'm under the impression it hurts more.
So do you know they explode, or you don't know that? They actually fragment in a human being? Do you know about that?
I've never studied anything like that to know. No,
Okay.
sir.
So you thought it just hurts more is what you were believing?
I know for a fact it probably does. That's the point, if I'm not mistaken. They're defensive rounds rather than range rounds. That's the point. Defensive rounds are to be used outside of the range, whereas range rounds aren't particularly, they don't give you any form of advantage, as you say. I'm sorry, what type of rounds were they?
You paid $1 for this gun, right?
Yes, sir.
The same day Kashan buys the gun, he sells it to you for $1, right?
I'm not sure if it was the same exact day. I can't really remember.
Were you with him when he bought the gun?
I'm sorry.
Were you with him when he bought the gun?
I was with him the day he bought the gun at the gun store.
Okay. You didn't have a concealed weapons permit on April 6th of 2021 or April 7th of 2021, did you?
No, sir, but in the state of Florida, you don't need a concealed weapons permit to own a firearm.
That wasn't my question.
That's justification for my answer to your question, sir.
All right. I'll ask my question once again.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true on April 6th of 2021 and April 7th of 2021, you did not have a carrying concealed weapons permit?
No, sir, I had not received one yet.
And you carried that gun. Well, you told this jury you carried that gun in your pocket, right? Yes or no?
You're speaking about two different dates: the date of purchase, and then you're talking about the date of the incident occurred. The date of purchase, I had not filed my concealed weapons permit. I was just going with a friend.
What I'm asking you, the simple question, isn't it true you told this jury you carried a gun in your pocket the night this incident happened? Isn't that what you told them?
Yes, that is what I told them, sir.
So why are you talking about concealed permit and this date and that? That's not what I asked.
Stain, next question.
You don't understand my question, let me know. I'll repeat it or rephrase it, okay?
Yes, sir.
You were never charged with carrying a concealed firearm, a felony of carrying a concealed firearm, were you, sir?
Was I ever charged with a
For this incident, for carrying the gun in your pocket without a permit, you were never charged, right? You were never arrested for that.
Was I ever arrested for? No, sir. I don't.
Sorry?
No, you seem to be getting frustrated when I think about my answer before you want me to just blabber out answers.
All right.
Have a moment to think, sir.
You don't ask the questions, Mr. Robinson. He does.
Sorry, Judge.
Next question.
You were never, ever by any police officers, ever accused of possibly a federal offense of buying a gun as a straw man. No one ever even talked to you about that, right? A straw man purchase.
No, sir, because that never occurred.
Okay. So buying a gun and then selling it to someone the same day or the very next day for $1, you don't know what a straw man purchase. You don't know if that's a federal offense, do you, sir?
By definition, I don't know what a strongman purchase is, no, sir. And also, I don't believe that it was the same day that he sold me the firearm. I don't know if it was the same day of purchase. I can't really remember, sir.
Well, we put that first to witness.
You may.
Prosecutor, just put this in evidence. Let me show you it was the exact same day.
Yes, sir.
February 20th, 2021. You see that on the receipt?
Yes, sir.
I'm not making it up. Do you see it?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury the date of the bill of sale.
Where am I looking, sir? February 20th, 2021.
Exact same day, right?
Can I see the first one again?
Yeah, of course.
Correct, sir. But the bill of sale, I believe.
No question pending, Judge. I object to his
Next
answer.
question.
Nobody from law enforcement questioned you about buying and selling a gun on the same day, right?
No, sir, because the bill of sale wasn't necessary for the sale of a purchase of a firearm in Florida, and the date was just used as a reference date per se, because we didn't have an exact date of when it occurred. As
You're a lawyer? You're a police officer?
no, sir, not at all.
All right, next question. When the question calls for a yes or no answer, please just give us a yes or no answer so we can move
Yes, sir.
this along.
Sorry.
All right, thank you. Next question.
You explained to the jury earlier that you and Sebastien met in school, right, in Palm Beach Central?
Correct.
And you lived with Kashan's family for a couple of years?
Correct.
And all of you, all four of you gentlemen that we talked about in this case, you need me to mention the names to you, or you remember the names?
No, I know our names.
All right. You all are very close, like brothers, right?
Correct.
You're their protector, you said, right?
Not in general. I was more of speaking, particularly on occasion, like
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
speaking on that occasion in particular. As we're together so much that at different times somebody might step up and say, like, y'all are my brothers, so I'm not necessarily a protector, but sometimes you look towards or lean on your brothers for confidence. So maybe at that time I don't know.
My question was, isn't it true you told the jury you were your friends or brothers' protectors? Isn't that what you told them earlier?
Yes, sir.
You spoke to Keyshawn every single day since you've known him, right?
Not every single day, literally, but as a figure of speech, you could say that we speak every day.
All right, and you would talk to Dominique, what, 4 to 8 times a month?
More often than that, probably, at that time.
The day you decided to go over Mr. Rudolph's home, you didn't have an invitation from the Rudolph family to come, did you?
No, sir.
You didn't call Mr. Travis Rudolph and say, hey, I'm coming over to talk to you, did you?
No, sir.
You didn't ask, did you have Mr. Rudolph's phone number?
No, sir.
You didn't ask Dominique Jones for his phone number so you can try to talk about this, or meet maybe at a McDonald's where there's won't be any problems, right?
Right. No, sir, I didn't.
Why? Why didn't you do that? If it was so important to do what y'all had to do, why didn't you try to call him and say, hey, let's meet in a mutual place where there's cameras, there's witnesses? Why didn't you do that?
I just made a mistake, quite honestly. I'm young. I was young, and I'm still young. I don't know. I mean, sometimes you make poor choices. That was definitely just a poor choice that I made.
Well, would you call a hit like you were trying to do a poor choice?
I'm sorry.
Call a hit on another human being a poor choice?
Can you define what a hit is? Like
know what that is.
when you punch someone?
When you go to kill somebody.
I'm sorry. What's your
You
question?
go to kill somebody. You ask me what it means. I'm telling you what it means.
Right.
No.
When you go to kill somebody, what's the question?
You went there to kill Mr. Rudolph, didn't you?
No, sir. I never intended to kill Travis or showed any intent that I was going to kill him.
Pointing a gun at somebody. That's not an intent to kill somebody?
Never pointed my gun at Travis.
What's taking your shirt off at midnight before he even comes out or his brother comes out of the house? That shows an intent to beat someone or shoot somebody, doesn't it, sir?
Intent to fight, I wouldn't say so, but actually, honestly, yes, I would say so. Yes, having your shirt off would probably show an intent to incite a fight or
what?
or have a physical altercation of sorts.
Or it could lead to somebody getting severely beaten up or killed, right?
I don't necessarily think having your shirt on or off would particularly affect that situation.
Why'd you tell the jury earlier that it's summertime? You're a young guy. It's summertime. That's why I took my shirt off. Why'd you tell him that earlier?
Objection to mischaracterizing
Yeah, I honestly, I don't recall that testimony.
In my notes, Judge, I do.
All right, well, based on that representation, then go ahead. If
Well, can I
Ask the
backtrack
question.
and ask you another question? Before?
Sure, go ahead.
Did you tell the jury that it was something to the effect took my shirt off because it's summertime. I'm a young guy.
That was more or less my justification of, I said I take my shirt off often, so I was justifying why I would take my shirt off, why I do it often, why it's not a irregular occurrence. I'm telling you, I'm a young man. We live in South Florida. It gets hot. I take my shirt off. I'm not saying on that particular instance that's why I took my shirt off. No. But to answer your question, I did tell the jury that.
All right, you were trying to let everybody know you weren't there to do any damage to anybody, and that's why you were saying, I'm a young man, it's Florida, I took my shirt off. That's what you were trying to insinuate when you were answering Miss Edward, the prosecutor's questions. Isn't that true, sir?
No, that's not what I was insinuating, sir, but I wasn't there to harm.
So what difference does it make if it's summertime? You weren't there for summertime to go to the beach or play basketball, were you?
You're right. It makes no difference, sir.
It was cold that night.
We live in South Florida, so I would say April, no, it was probably not cold.
Well, do you remember?
It was spring. I know. I've lived in Florida 23 years. Never.
You
gets
remember the
cold in
temperature
spring.
that night?
No, sir. I don't recall the temperature that night.
Okay.
Far from the point
Or from what point?
that Sebastien was murdered.
Okay, that's all you want to talk about.
Particularly, yes. I was called to be here. I don't want to be here.
So you take your shirt off. Why do you take your shirt off before the brother of Travis Rudolph, DJ, comes out of the house? Tell us why. Before anyone comes out.
It happened so quickly. I don't know.
Why'd you have your gun with you?
Made a terrible mistake.
All right. So the gun is allegedly in your waist or in your pocket?
In my pocket, sir.
Left or right?
I would say my right pocket. I can't recall.
Just a guess?
Yes, I can't recall, so that would be a guess that it was in my right pocket.
So that your gun was in a holster, wasn't it?
No, sir. My holster was at home.
Okay.
It's in the picture.
So when
In the
you
box.
carry a gun, because you want to be a man, you said you want to be a man and act like a man, so I put my gun in my pocket.
Right.
Is that where you normally carry a gun in your pocket?
No, sir. I've learned from that and just life, like you're saying. I'm not sure if you're telling me to teach me or you're telling me just your opinion, but you're right. You shouldn't carry a gun that way. You should carry it in a holster. I made a mistake.
You were carrying a gun in your pocket like that every time you carried a gun? Because you said you carried a gun other times during that time period, remember? Did you carry it in your pocket also?
I can't recall, sir.
No, you didn't do that. You put it in a holster. You didn't want to shoot yourself, right?
I can't recall where I kept the gun, sir. You have to give me a particular instance of where I was and where I kept it.
I'm not with you. It was your statement that you said you carry that gun multiple other times, you said, on direct examination. So I'm asking you if you had a holster or not.
I did have a holster, but it was at home.
On the other occasions, I'm asking you.
Correct.
So you left that holster at home every other time you carried the gun with you?
I don't really remember every single time, sir. We're talking about stuff from 2 years ago.
Okay.
Over 2 years ago now.
How do you carry it now? You carry it in a holster?
I don't necessarily carry a gun anymore, sir.
So you were talking about these G licenses and whatever letters you used for your security job that lets you carry a gun. Remember you were talking about that?
I was explaining at the time of the incident, I did have a security G license, but currently my security G license has expired as of January 1st, 2023, so I no longer have a security G license. I can't tell you where my concealed weapons permit at, and I can tell you where at home my firearm is located. It's not really that important to me anymore. I'm more focused on school.
Okay. You knew Dominique was married at the time of this shooting, right?
Yes, sir.
You don't even know if Dominique worked during this time period, did you, sir?
I believe she did work, because if I ever needed like help or like lunch, or I could text her and she'll send me a few dollars to get something to eat.
My question is, isn't it true you didn't know if Dominique actually worked during the time of the shooting?
No, sir.
You didn't know?
No, sir.
What does her sending you a few dollars have to do with my question working? I'm just trying to...
It doesn't have anything to do with it, sir.
You've been to the shooting range before this incident happened, right?
A few times, correct.
You you knew how to shoot your gun, right? If you wanted to.
To get your security G license, you have to be proficient in shooting a firearm, or you have to show proficiency at least that day at the range. So, yes, I did know how to shoot my firearm. It's not very complicated.
Pull the trigger, right?
Basically.
And put one in the head, right?
Basically.
You were describing how Mr. Rudolph allegedly couldn't load his firearm. Remember that?
That's a different firearm, so the process of loading it is different. That's why I'm telling you, basically, it depends on the particular firearm. Different firearms are loaded in different ways.
How do you know about the gun that Mr. Rudolph had? How did you know about that?
I could see it, sir. I play lots of Call of Duty. It's not like I'm ignorant to what an AR looks like, sir. We live in America. It's a Second Amendment right. Everyone has guns. I'm not ignorant, sir.
So you know how to load that gun, or you know how allegedly how Mr. Rudolph should have loaded that gun?
From personal experience, no, I don't. But I could infer, or I can guess. I can make an assumption based on how it looks, or how the operating system or mechanism is, and based on his motion of what he was doing, I'm clearly correct. That is how you load the gun.
Video never showed Mr. Rudolph having problems with his firearm trying to load it, did it?
I saw that in person, sir.
That video showed it that you saw in the courtroom, sir.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Did you see a video in the courtroom today?
Did I see a video in the courtroom today? I've saw various videos in this courtroom today, sir.
Well, you know which one I'm talking about, the one with Travis coming out with the gun. Remember that one?
Yes, I remember Travis coming out with the gun and shooting me. I could never forget.
All right, so you think I'm talking about a different video when I'm asking you the question when he came out of the house and you saw the video?
Sustained. Next question, please.
So the video you saw with Mr. Rudolph coming out with the gun, it doesn't show him having problems loading or putting a bullet in the head like you want this jury to believe. Isn't that true, sir?
I don't necessarily care what the jury believes.
Quiet in the gallery, please. Say again? Sure. Ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, you are permitted to sit here and watch and listen to this entire trial. And that's your right as citizens and as members of our society. What you are not permitted to do is engage in any kind of behavior whatsoever that is disruptive to this trial. That is not fair to any of the participants in the trial, including the jury, as well as the lawyers and Mr. Rudolph. So, if you engage in any kind of actions that I perceive to be disruptive, you will be removed from the courtroom. All right, continue.
My question, I'll repeat one more time. Do you agree or disagree that the video of Travis Rudolph coming out with the firearm does not, the one you saw in this courtroom today, does not show him having problems loading the gun?
I wouldn't say that video was of clear enough quality for me to see directly if he was or wasn't having trouble loading the gun, but I can tell you from my personal experience.
10 times I'm asking about the video. If you didn't know, you don't know. That's okay.
Yeah, sticking to the video, it wasn't of clear enough quality of me to see that he was or wasn't struggling, so I don't know, sir.
Okay. You went to the shooting range with who? Keyshawn before?
I've been to the, shooting range with Keyshawn before.
Keyshawn Jones carries a gun pretty much wherever he goes. Isn't that true?
I'm not Keyshawn. I couldn't tell you.
His best friend, his brother. You lived with him. You guys will do anything for each other. You don't know that?
It's not like a long period of us even carrying firearms. We were under the age to legally carry them, and then when we were of age, we didn't have them very long, and then now currently it's kind of just a disinterest in them altogether.
Right?
We're brothers, of course.
Carries his gun wherever he goes to this day. Isn't that true?
I am not sure whether or not he carries his gun. I'm sorry.
Okay.
We're busy a lot, and with school, we go to different schools, so it's not like I'm with him every second and every day.
Okay. You not only practiced with that Taurus 9mm that you dumped in this case, you also shot a Glock before, right?
Keyshawn owns a Glock that I shot at the gun range before.
I didn't ask you who owned it. I'm just asking if you shot a Glock before.
Sustained. You did get the answer, however. Next question.
You also shot an FN firearm before, right?
Correct.
What's an FN firearm? What's that?
It's just like a brand. There's different brands of firearms, so that was actually my first time shooting a gun. I went to the gun range with a friend, and that was the brand of gun that he owned.
What caliber is it?
Believe the same as most handguns, 9mm, with the size of the rounds in reference to the caliber.
Okay. So you were trained as a security guard and also trained by going to the shooting range multiple times, right?
I went a few times, and I was only the security course was just one day, so I wouldn't say I was proficient enough to say I'm an expert or anything like that, but I had some training.
Is it your testimony you never spoke to Mr. Jones or Mr. Chris Lowe before you spoke to Detective Vanderlyn and gave her a tape statement the following day when you were released from the hospital? Is that your testimony?
I spoke with them briefly. They were the ones who told me Sebastien passed away.
Spoke to them on FaceTime?
Correct.
Chris was actually at your hospital room, Chris Lowe, right?
Yeah, that was the first person who came to see me.
Before you spoke with Detective Vanderlyn, correct?
He did come to see me before I spoke with Detective Vanderlyn. Yes, sir.
Right. Dominic Jones was also in the hospital before you spoke to Detective Vanderlyn, too. Isn't that true?
Yeah, she was the one who was holding the phone when Keyshawn and Chris came on FaceTime and told me Sebastien passed away.
You never told any of the police officers, and I'm talking the first responders who found you. Were you sitting up or you don't remember when they found you?
I believe I was sitting upright just because I was trying to keep pressure on my wound.
Okay. You never told the first responding police officers. How many were there? 2? Do you remember a couple of them?
A couple or a few, you could say.
Okay. You never told them or the paramedics or the detective that took your statement in the middle of the night the following after surgery, or you never told Detective Vanderlyn the following day that Dominique told you and Keyshawn to go shoot his shit up. Isn't that correct?
Correct, sir. It was in text. There was no need for me to tell. They had our phones. They were bound to see it.
Did you tell him or not?
No, sir.
Why not?
I was focused otherwise on my gunshot wounds.
And all the police officers I spoke about, anytime you never told them your brother Keyshawn texted first, actually, before Dominique did, texted first that Travis is a dead man walking before you went over to his house, right? Never told any law enforcement that, did you? Ever?
I'm sorry, you repeat that? Somebody's phone. Sorry, I got distracted.
No problem. My question is, do you agree that you never told any law enforcement officers to this day, and I'm talking police officers, people who wear uniforms, have badges, have guns, that Keyshawn texted first before Dominique responded, and you got the text because you were in the group text. You never told anyone that Keyshawn texted that my client, Travis Rudolph, was a dead man walking, right?
That was an extremely long question, sir.
Did you ever tell anyone that anybody in law enforcement that let me just break it down for you. You spoke to multiple police officers, right?
Correct.
Many times.
Various times throughout this whole 2-year process I have.
You never told a single police officer who has a badge or a uniform ever that your friend Keyshawn texted Travis as a dead man walking, right?
It was common knowledge already.
I didn't ask if it was common knowledge. How do you know it was common knowledge? How do you know that?
I don't. You're correct. You're right. I don't.
How do you know that?
You're right. I don't.
You're under oath. Why are you saying things that you don't know?
I'm just making an inference or an assumption. I am under oath, but I'm still allowed to make assumptions. It's
Well,
my personal opinion.
how many other assumptions you've been making to this jury?
Well, when I make an assumption, I say so, as I just did. And when I'm giving you justification for my answer, I tell you as I am. So I don't understand where there's room for confusion on that. You seem to be confused. I don't know that anyone else
I'm
is.
not confused. You didn't answer my question. Can you answer my question, please?
The question was so long, I didn't get a chance to answer it. And we got an...
Last time, and if you don't want to answer, I'll move on.
Okay.
No problem.
Yes, sir.
You never told any police officers. You know what police officers are?
Yes, I know what law enforcement officers
Remember I said they're wearing badges or uniforms and have guns usually?
Correct.
You understand so far?
Yes.
Not confused.
No, not currently.
You know who Keyshawn is, right?
Yes, I know Keyshawn is.
And you know he texted you and Dominique that Travis is a dead man walking on his phone to your phone and her phone, right?
Right.
You with me so far?
Yes.
You never, ever, to this day, spoke to a cop about that. You never told him that, right?
I believe I've had that discussion with Detective Vanderland about the contents of our messages, what may have been said, but I was told that things said with no action behind them are just more or less empty threats.
Am I asking about what they meant to you? Did I ask you that, sir?
No, I'm explaining the conversation I had.
I'm asking the simple question. Did you tell that to law enforcement that your brother made that statement that my client is a dead man walking?
I just answered that question, sir. You weren't listening.
I couldn't understand it. Did you say Detective
Right.
Vanderlyn?
I did.
Maybe or yes?
I said Detective Vanderland. There was no maybe.
Okay. When I approach the witness.
Hey,
Show your transcript of your audio statement on April 8th, 2021 at 6:46 p.m. Go through it as long as you need and tell us where it is that you told Detective Vanderlyn that Keyshawn Jones sent a message, Travis is a dead man walking.
sure. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Mr. Robinson, have you had a chance to look through that?
Yes, sir. It's
Okay, great.
very long.
Go ahead. Mr. Shiner, go ahead and ask your next question.
You never told Detective Annalyn during that interview on April 8th, 2021, that Keyshawn made that statement we just talked about multiple times, right?
Correct.
You have another formal interview with Detective Vanderlyn?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
You ever call her on the phone and say, hey, detective, I forgot to tell you this. There was this nonsensical statement my friend made about Travis is a dead man walking. You never did that.
No, sir.
You never told Detective Vanderlyn or any police officers that Dominique made this statement to go chew this shit up, right?
No, sir.
You didn't want anyone to know that, right?
I guess you could say neutral position on that. I didn't really care or not whether people knew that because that's not necessarily what occurred.
Neutral about those facts? That's premeditated murder if you guys would have killed Mr. Rudolph.
But no one was doing that. No one was trying to do that.
Because you guys got surprised that his mother came out the door. Isn't that true?
No, his mom was not outside for quite a while. It was just us and him and his brother. So
You got surprised his brother came out, right?
I don't live at his home, or I don't go there often. So I'm, like I told you, or I'm not sure if it was you or the initial.
My question is, were you surprised? Yes or no? Or I don't know.
Surprised by?
By the brother coming out. Were you surprised that the brother came out? Yes, no, or I don't know.
Like I was saying, I don't know who lives with the residents, so that's not really of much surprise to me. Who would come out of the door first? I don't go there, and I don't live there. So if you go somewhere you don't go often or haven't been often, and someone comes out of the door, you're not necessarily expecting it to be any particular person because that's not a place that you visit often.
You were expecting Travis to come out, weren't you, sir?
That's who we went there to speak with. So
Took your shirt off to fight with Travis Rudolph, not Mrs. Rudolph or Mr. Rudolph named Daryl Rudolph, right?
I didn't necessarily take my shirt off to fight with anybody.
Okay, because it was a hot summer night.
It wasn't hot. You actually said it was cold, but I don't know what the temperature was. It was 2 years ago, spring of 2021. I'm not a meteorologist. I don't.
Okay. You know Travis Rudolph had firearms, didn't you, sir? Before you went to his home.
I did not know that he had firearms at his home. No.
Okay. Dominique never discussed with you her personal relationship with Travis Rudolph, did she, sir?
No, sir.
Never told you if they were going to get married or she was upset that he was going to Winnipeg to play in the CFL. She never told you about that, did she?
No, sir.
She tell you she was upset because the last month Travis Rudolph was in Miami and she was concerned that he was cheating on her? Did she tell you anything like that?
No, sir.
Never told you about her sex life with Mr. Rudolph, did she?
No, sir.
So because she tells you she was slammed, that's when you decide to call your friends to go over Mr. Rudolph's home, right?
Correct.
You don't even know Mr. Rudolph, did you?
Didn't know him well. No, sir.
You know him or not?
Didn't know him well.
I don't understand that. Did you know him or not know him? Did you ever meet him?
Physically, no. On FaceTime.
Okay.
A few times.
Did you guys go to a gun show together?
No, sir. I wasn't there.
Huh? When the detective spoke with you, and you probably have the statement in front of you, that would have been on April 8th of 2021, you signed a medical release at that time, didn't you? Or to get your records?
Correct.
You don't know when she got them, do you?
I'm sorry.
You don't know when the detective got your records, do you?
No, I have no clue when she got my records. No clue.
Right. Dominique never called you about any of her relationship with Mr. Rudolph other than this night, right?
No, sir. I don't believe so.
Right. Isn't it true your phone was in the front door pocket of the car?
No. I believe it was in the trunk.
Remember, you guessing? You shrugging your shoulders. Is it a guess or you know that for a fact?
I can't really remember where exactly my phone was to tell you for sure, but it was in the car somewhere.
Why'd you tell the jury it was in the trunk earlier if you didn't remember? That was your words.
I do believe it was in the trunk, but it seems like you're trying to tell me it was in the door pocket, so I'm trying to tell you, sir, I can't tell you exactly where it was, and I just didn't have it on my person. It was in the vehicle, out of my possession.
I saw that video a little while ago. Remember the video?
Yes, sir.
Actually opened the front door and put something in the car, right?
Probably, sir. I wasn't watching for that.
You just saw it. You don't remember that?
I when you played the video, I wasn't asked to look for that particularly, so.
Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'll show you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 12. 1-2. Ask if you recognize this.
Yes, sir.
Recognize it? You talking to Mike, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Defense would offer into evidence. Well, how do you recognize it?
It's a cell phone.
Your cell phone, right?
From this view, I can't tell whose cell phone it is. It's just more or less the silhouette of a cell phone, or the shadow, or it's a awkwardly took picture.
All right, I'll show you some more. Do me a favor, turn that picture.
Sorry, folks, we're going to have to take a break. I have to review this right now, and I got to be able to pay attention. So it shouldn't take me more than about 5 minutes. We'll take a 5-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. Go on back to the jury room. Remember and obey the 4 cardinal rules and leave your pads. All right, go ahead and take your seats, everyone. I apologize to everyone for that interruption. It couldn't wait. All right, you may continue.
I approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
All right, so making sure we're clear before the break. Showed you number 12. Picture of just a cell phone. You don't know whose that is, right?
No, sir, not from this picture.
Sure. Let me show you the next one. That's number 14. Did you recognize that one?
I had this exact color phone, but when it was in my possession, it wasn't broken yet, like this. But I did have this phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
And let me show you defense number 15. Do you recognize that, please?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
This is my phone with it looks like it may have got shot. I don't know. It looks shattered.
I'm talking about the picture on the cover. Does that have a name to it?
Oh, the phone
Yeah.
case.
Yes, sir.
That is a clothing company called Bathing Ape.
Okay. That's your phone.
Yes,
Called
Bathing Ape.
B-A-T-H-I-N-G.
Bathing Ape. Yes,
A-P-E.
yes, like a gorilla taking a bath, like
Okay.
bathing ape.
All right. And that's exhibit number
Sorry.
13. You recognize that picture?
Yes,
All right. So you recognize everything except the damage to your phone, because your phone. You recognize everything. You recognize everything in these photographs except the damage to your phone.
correct. Just because it wasn't damaged when I had it yet. But I believe it did get damaged. But
You don't know that, do you? For sure?
no, sir, I don't.
Okay.
This. That's two. That's the last one.
This time the defense would offer in 12, defense exhibits number 12 through 15.
Any objection to any of those? 12 through 15?
Those are the ones you recognize.
Okay.
Well, 12 he did not judge.
I'm sorry?
12 he said he did not.
Okay, so you want to show them then to counsel and see if there's still an objection?
Judge, it's not that I have an objection, but this witness says he doesn't recognize it, so I'm just not sure that it would be proper to include
So,
at this juncture.
Conditional
13.
relevancy, Judge. I can tie it up later on.
all right, 13, 14, and 15 are admitted without objection, and 12 is not at this point.
What is? Thank you. Where's that other one? She'll still need it. Pass that over to her. Can I have those back when you're done? I kind of. Permission to publish, Judge.
Certainly.
If I just hand them to the jurors?
No, that's fine.
That phone, we'd be surprised to learn, was found in the front door pocket of the Cadillac.
I wouldn't be surprised to learn that.
Hey? You gave Detective Vandalin the code to your phone on April 8th, right?
I believe so.
And you did that, so she told you she can get a warrant to open your phone, or you just give me permission, I'll do it either way, right?
Right.
And you said, all right, here's my password, you can open it up, right?
Right.
Okay. You have no idea when your phone was opened up, do you?
No, sir.
You remember the passcode to that phone?
No, sir.
Did Keyshawn have your passcode to your phone?
No, sir.
How about Chris Lowe?
No, sir. No one has the password but me to my phone.
No one has a password at the time but you to your phone?
Yeah.
All right, that's a yes?
Yeah.
And specifically, how about one more person, Sebastien Jones? He didn't have your password either, did he, sir?
Sebastian's last name is
I
Jean-Jacques.
apologize. Sebastien Jean-Jacques, I apologize.
He did not have the password to my phone, unless they guessed it.
Sorry, what was the last name?
Unless someone guessed it.
So he may have guessed it.
It's possible. And that's a hypothetical. I don't think we're here to talk about hypotheticals.
I'm asking if you gave him your password. That's all I'm asking you.
No.
You remember back on June 16, 2021, you gave a deposition,
Yes, sir.
and I was there.
Yes, sir.
State Attorney's Office and prosecutors were there too.
Right. Yes,
Court reporter.
right.
You're under oath.
Yes, sir.
And do you remember being asked whether or not, at that time, if Dominique Jones told you to either burn the place down or shoot the place up, and you said you can't remember. Do you remember that?
No, I don't remember that.
All right, let me show you your deposition taken on June 16th. I'll give you a copy. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you.
I'm going to direct your attention to page 59, line 6 through 18, or anything else that helps you, sir.
Yes, sir.
59.
Which line on page 59?
Line 6 through 18.
Okay.
Or go to line 18 or 22. You can read the whole page, actually.
Okay.
Finished?
No, sir, not that quickly.
Oh, no, sorry. I thought you said okay. Paul, I'm sorry. Take your time.
I'm going to object to improper impeachment and ask to approach on this.
All righty.
Finish reading that page? I'm sorry. Proceed, Judge.
Yes, go ahead.
Did you finish reading that whole page?
Yes, sir.
I'll refresh your memory.
Yes, sir.
So back on June 16, 2021, while you're under oath, you can remember if Dominique said anything like that, right?
Correct. That's the statement I gave.
You couldn't remember if she said anything about burn it or shoot the place up or anything like that, right?
Said verbally, no, but text maybe.
You ever say she texted that anywhere in that deposition?
And the page and
Go through
line.
it all. It's not in there. If you want to find it, go ahead.
That's my point. The part of the deposition book you referenced to, I didn't see any question about text. It said, did you hear her say that? Hear with
I
your
didn't use the word
ears.
here. You think it says here and there?
I believe that's what I read,
Read it
maybe.
again.
Okay.
I'm going to allow it. Go ahead. Oh, okay, so I'm
Sorry, it says, did you ever
Okay,
hear
what-
anything like that from her?
All right, keep reading. Read the rest of it in context.
No, sir. I'm not here to. You can, if you want to ask a question based off of.
all right, stop. Next question.
Well, you understood when I was asking those questions, if you ever heard anything like that from Dominique. Did you take it literally that I meant that she was talking to you versus texting you? Is that the way you took those questions?
This incident, as well as school, has taught me that words are very literal and that you should take words literally. So maybe I learned from this experience, and I've been taking words more literally. This did occur after, so maybe I did take your words literally. I can't tell you my mindset of June 16th, 2021, sir. It's
All right.
2023.
You can go through this as long as you want. Did you ever mention anything about Dominique texting you in this deposition to go shoot his shit up? Texting or telling you?
Sustain. Next question, please.
You told me in deposition under oath, and I'll tell you what page if you want to see it to refresh your memory. Page 60, line 24 through 25, and also page 61, the first line. You didn't even remember if Dominique sent you a single text that night of the incident, correct? $60, 24 to 25, 61, line 1.
It says it references to text messages in general, no specific text messages.
You need to speak up. My hearing's not so good. I can't hear you.
It references text messages as a whole. It doesn't specifically ask if I received any or saw any text messages or any phrases or terms in particular. It just says, do you remember any text messages? You were asking the questions in the deposition. You could have went further in detail and asked if that's specifically what she texted me. I may have answered you that. I don't know.
Oh, I had them. You don't think I asked questions properly? Are you complaining about that? Did you?
It is. Sustain.
It-
Next question.
Didn't I tell you in the deposition in the beginning, if you have any questions about my questions, let me know. Or if you need a break, I'll give you a break anytime you need it.
How could I preface that? How could I know that in 2023 we would?
Sure. We will be out of here by 5 o'clock. We have jurors that have accommodations we have to meet. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask you this way, sir. When you gave your deposition on June 16, 2021, that was April, May, June, 2 months after this happened, roughly, right? I can't hear you.
What was the question?
You gave a deposition in June of 2021.
Correct. I
2
did.
months after the incident happened, right?
June was 2 months after.
Approximately.
Correct.
Okay. And you told us then you didn't remember any text specifically that Dominique gave you or sent to you that night, correct?
Reading this statement, correct.
All right. So that was your opportunity to tell us that she made any statements to you on text about going over to his house, about shooting his shit up. You didn't do it, did you?
I wasn't privy to the fact that I was supposed to be, it's hard to answer a question you're not asked. We didn't do anything particularly wrong, for me to say that. It's not as if she or I or he texted somebody and then that's exactly or directly related to the causation of a crime. These texts were empty threats at best.
Why didn't you say it in deposition when I asked you any text that Dominique sent you that night, sir? Tell the jury why you didn't tell me that answer on June 16th. Why didn't you say it?
I wasn't asked that question, sir.
All right. You didn't want me to know that, did you?
Is that a question or are you telling me your opinion?
That's a question. You didn't want me to know that, did you?
Didn't particularly care whether you knew or didn't know. At the time of this deposition, I was more or less happy to just be alive. And
You were under oath, weren't you?
correct, I was under oath.
Under oath today.
Correct, I did take an oath today.
Back on June 16th, you couldn't, or whatever reason, whatever you explained to the jury, you didn't understand the question, or I didn't ask the right question. Is that what you're basically saying? Is that why you didn't tell me about Dominique's statement to go shoot his shit up? Because I didn't ask you the right question?
You're saying I didn't tell you because you didn't ask me the right question? You're asking me that, if that's what I think?
Just trying to find out why you didn't say it. That's it. Very simple.
Just trying to figure out what your question is, sir.
Trying to figure out what your answer is. Why didn't you say it on that day?
Say what?
That she told you to shoot his shit up through a text message. It's not a verbal communication. It's a written communication. Why didn't you tell me that?
Because that didn't happen. Simple. I thought we were talking about, as we are today, stuff that actually occurred, not things left to be inferred upon. Or
you didn't want anyone to infer that you were there for a hit, and you could have been arrested for attempted murder or felony murder if somebody died, right? That's why you're hiding it from the police, and that's why you hid it from me in deposition, right?
Is that your opinion, or are you asking me?
I said, right. You want to know it is, but I'm asking you.
So can you word the question one more time?
Because you didn't want the police to know she said it, and you didn't want me to know she said it. You didn't want anyone to know she said it until the gig was up when they found it on Keyshawn's phone. That's when you're admitting it now, right?
No, sir. There was no gig to be up. I didn't particularly care who found out or what they found out. I knew what occurred that night, so I wasn't in fear that I would be in any form of trouble. You're
protecting your sister Dominique, right? You didn't want her to go to jail, right?
No, sir. I don't want Dominique to go to jail, to answer that question. And then
that's why you didn't tell about those text messages to the police, right?
No, sir. I told the police I answered all questions honestly that I was asked by the police. So I can only tell you why I answered what I answered. I can't tell you why I didn't answer questions I wasn't asked.
So the police have to have the evidence before you'll tell the truth, right? They have to say, hey, I found your gun. Now you'll admit it. Hey, I found the text messages. Now you'll admit it. That's what you're telling us, the way you operate?
No, sir. That's not the way I operate. I operate within the parameters of the law, because I study the law, but that's not what happened that night. So it's such a small, minor detail. It's not as if these texts were shared online for the world to see and then the events following those texts occurred. No, these were, like I said, texts about things that never occurred that night. Only thing that occurred was me getting shot, Sebastien dying, and that's about it.
The rest of it doesn't matter, right? It's irrelevant.
To me personally, or to you, it's subjective, the relevancy of the information. I don't know.
All right. So to you, it was such a small thing about her sending those messages and Keyshawn sending the messages, you decided, since you studied the law, this wasn't relevant, right?
No, sir. I'm currently studying, you could say, parts of the law. I'm trying to get my bachelor's in legal studies, so I'm not completely finished studying the law. I'm no legal expert. I'm not a registered attorney with the Florida bar or anything like that. I'm just telling you why I operate the way I do. You questioned why I operate how I do, and you're mischaracterizing me in the way I operate, because that's
Why don't you
untrue.
characterize yourself properly and explain why you didn't tell the police or tell me in deposition when you had the opportunity? I don't want to mischaracterize you, sir.
To characterize myself, I'm 23. I go to school.
About the question about not talking about the text messages from Keyshawn Jones and Dominique Jones. That's what we're talking about now. With your education, going to school, I'm asking you a question. You don't understand it? I'll repeat it.
My education has nothing to do with my ability to answer your question, sir.
Why don't you answer the question I just asked you?
Can you re-ask the question?
I'll move on.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
I'll move on.
Okay.
You knew before you got to my client's house that he had firearms. Isn't that true, sir?
It's untrue.
All right. Go to page 61 and 62 of your deposition dated June 16, 2021. Starting on line 17 of page 61, read the rest of the document and go to page 62, line 1.
If you read closely, it talks about how...
Read it to yourself.
I finished reading already, sir. If you read, like I was saying, it,
I'm not asking you a question. Did
Read
you
for
read
the
that?
question, please. All right, what's the question?
The original question was, you knew Travis Rudolph had a firearm or firearms before you went to that home, correct? And you said, no, you didn't know that, right? Isn't that your answer?
right, that is my answer.
All right. Isn't it true when I asked you in deposition on June 16, 2021, let me go back to line 17. Read that. I'm going to put this in context. Line 17 of page 61.
Well, it's not improper yet, as far as I can tell.
You finished?
Everything is proper
sir.
up to this point in time. All right, have you finished reading whatever it was that Mr. Schreiner directed your attention to?
Yes, sir.
All
Can I
right,
refresh your memory that you knew prior to going to Mr. Rudolph's home that he had firearms?
That refreshes my memory that when you asked me if I knew he had firearms, I answered, and then justified that with, I've never seen a gun. I don't know specifically that he has a gun. I'm kind of just assuming based on the fact it says while I was at the gun range with Keyshawn one time, he talks about having plans to go to the gun range with Travis. So I probably answered that question based off of that assumption of the conversation me and Keyshawn had about going to the gun range previously. That's all I can say. I wouldn't go knowingly to someone's house knowing they have a AR with the drum waiting at the door for me.
All right, let me tell you what I asked you. You done talking?
No, that was the answer to what you asked.
Actually, it wasn't, but let me read the question I asked you. So did Keyshawn ever tell you he also had guns? He had a concealed weapon permit. And we're talking about Travis. You can look that in context. You don't disagree with that, right?
I'm not sure, sir.
Oh, you said firearms, and I said, you said firearms, I'm sorry, and you said, let me go back. So did Keyshawn ever tell you he also had guns, he had a concealed weapons permit? You said firearms, I'm sorry. And then the question was, yes, firearm. And you said, yes, sir, yes, sir. Question was, who told you that? And your answer was, I've seen him on Facebook before at the gun range. The next question
It's not what it says.
I've seen him on FaceTime before at the gun range.
okay.
Question, okay, so you knew he had firearms. Your answer, yes, sir, yes, sir. Remember making that statement under oath?
I don't remember, but yes, I believe you. I'm reading along with you.
You said it, right?
Right.
So you knew Travis Rudolph had firearm, at least one. You saw him on FaceTime at the shooting range, right?
Right.
So why are you trying to leave the impression you didn't know he had a firearm before you went to the house, sir? Why are you trying to do that today? I objection to a speaking objection, Judge.
Yes. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, please do.
My question is, why did you tell us a few minutes ago under oath that you didn't know Travis had at least one gun? Why didn't you say that?
I guess I misspoke. I didn't know the extent of his guns. I can I'm sorry. I can assume that a man who lives in the United States first, where the Second Amendment is to bear arms, and then again, a man who lives in Florida, a place where you don't necessarily even need a concealed weapons permit to own a firearm. I could make the assumption that he probably does own a firearm. Again, like you said, I saw him at the gun range. That's usually places people with firearms go. But I didn't know the extent of which he had firearms. I didn't know he had a drum Call of Duty gun.
Who asked you that? Anyone?
Who asked me what?
Next question. That's the end of that answer. Next question.
I'm asking. I'll move on. You never went to Mr. Rudolph's house any other time to talk to him about his personal relationship with his girlfriend, did you?
No, sir.
You never went to any man's house to do that before, did you? To do that?
No, sir. Nothing like this.
You're not a marriage counselor, are you?
No, sir. Not at all.
You never called the police about Dominique allegedly getting slammed to the ground and she was in such pain because she just had surgery, right? Like you want this jury to believe?
It's not what I want them to believe, per se. I just am speaking my opinion on the events and how I feel.
Never called the police, did you?
No, sir.
Never even thought about calling the police to show that an NFL player, a former NFL player, just beat up your sister, right?
To be an NFL player, you have to be in the NFL.
Former NFL player. You want to play games, word games? Listen to my question.
Aren't word games, sir. We're in court. It's important.
I said former. You know what that means, or you want me to explain it to you?
He did say former. Next question. Or answer. Excuse me. Answer the question.
The answer.
The answer is whether or not. I'm sorry. What's the question? The question, rather.
You didn't call the police. Let me ask you this. Did you know Travis Rudolph was a former NFL player?
I know he tried.
Yes or no?
I know he tried to play in the NFL.
Tried to play? What does that mean? He tried out?
Lamar Jackson plays in the NFL. People who play. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Someone who does something does it. I can't tell you what someone aspires to do or what they fail to do. I can only speak on what people are currently doing, sir.
All right.
Make sure you use that microphone, Mr. Robinson, please.
I'll move on.
The jury has to hear you, as does the recording system. Go ahead.
While you were at the house, did you ever decide to walk away before anyone knocked on the door at Mr. Rudolph's home?
No, sir.
How many calls did you get from Dominique on the night of April 6, 2021?
I can't remember. Maybe.
Many calls, right?
Probably.
You guys are going back and forth about what y'all are going to do, right?
No, maybe just updating her if we've went over there yet.
Okay. Just updating, right?
I guess you could say that.
Small details.
Subjective again to you, to me. Things may matter more or less to them. I don't know. It depends who you're asking.
I'm asking you. Small details.
To me,
Doesn't matter.
I have gunshot wounds. I'm currently focused on graduating school. My best friend passed away. So to me, these are small details. To
I'm
you,
focusing on getting on the truth. Don't you want to do the same? Don't you want to do the same, sir?
I mean, me particularly, I know what happened because I was there, so the truth isn't really something I'm seeking. I'm more or less, like I said, focused on my own personal goals. So I could see why you would think these minor details are important. You're working a case, but I'm not on a case. This is actually just my life.
Okay. Well, really, the truth doesn't matter to you in this case, right? You already know it in your mind. Isn't that what you just said? Isn't that what you just said?
Overruled.
Isn't that what you just told this jury and this court and the judge and everyone in here?
I'm sorry, what?
You know what? I'll move on. You don't understand that question?
Are you
wasn't a question.
moving on? Or
That's not a question. Next question, please.
I'll move on.
Thank you.
Before you left your home, it was Keyshawn Jones, you, Tyler Robinson, Chris Lowe, Sebastien Jean-Jacques. Your brother was there, right?
Yes.
Who's your brother?
His name's Tyrone.
Tyrone who?
We share the same last name. We're brothers.
Okay, older or younger?
He's older than me.
Was he present when y'all were talking about what was going on?
He was home, but he was like initially playing Madden with his friend, a video game.
My question was he present when y'all at any time were talking about what you were doing going to Travis's home or about Dominique getting allegedly slammed to the ground? That's my question.
I mean, I discussed individually with Keyshawn. We were going over there. Then I discussed with, as I called, Sebastien. And
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you a question. Was your brother present when you guys were discussing this? That's all I'm asking. Not who you were discussing it with. Was he present?
I'm sorry, you asked if I had the discussion, and now you're asking if he's present. It's two different questions.
I didn't ask two questions. I'll repeat.
He's asking one question, was your brother present?
Yes, he was present.
Next question.
Was your brother's friend present?
He was with a friend.
Was your brother's friend present when you all were talking about this?
It was my brother's when. What did you just say?
I'll move on. No problem.
Yes, sir.
Police never talked to your brother or his friend, did they, sir? About this case?
I'm not them, so I don't know.
You never heard that, did you, sir? To this day, you never heard that, did you?
It's not something we talk about much.
The question is, you never heard they talk to either one of them. Can you answer that or no?
No, I haven't heard that. I haven't asked.
Brother never told you, right?
No, sir.
Friend never told you. Brother's friend never told you that, right?
No, sir.
Isn't it true that Sebastien Jean-Jacques was pleading in front of the other two gentlemen, Chris Lowe and Keyshawn Jones, for you to bring your gun? Isn't that true, sir?
Pleading with me, I can't tell you if they heard what he was asking me. I'm under the assumption that he said it loud enough for them to hear, but that doesn't particularly or necessarily mean they heard him, because they may have been focused otherwise. So, but I can tell you that's a conversation me and him had personally, not justification for anything, but influence at most.
Finished?
If you need me to be.
You were trying to talk yourself out. Well, I'll go back. Let me ask the question. Isn't it true your friend Sebastien was pleading with you in front of Sebastien and Keyshawn for you to bring your gun?
Sebastien cannot plead with himself. That doesn't mean I can't you said Sebastien was pleading with me in front of Sebastien. That doesn't make sense.
Well, you know what? I'm getting a little tired, so let me backtrack. Thank you for pointing out my mistakes.
I'm tired as well, sir.
And I'm talking about Keyshawn and Chris Lowe. They heard Sebastien pleading with you to bring your gun, right?
Can't tell you what they heard. I can only assume that they heard it because it was loud enough that I heard it.
They were right there, right?
It doesn't mean I'm to say what they did or didn't.
I'm asking you if they were there. I'm not asking you what they heard. I'm asking if they were right there while he was pleading with you. Yes or no, or you don't know?
Quite literally, were just asking me what they heard, and now you're asking me if they're there. You're switching your questions.
All right, so answer the changed question, please.
Yes, sir. They were present. I can't tell you if they heard or not.
I didn't ask you that. I just asked
All right, next question.
And then Sebastien got a little more adamant with you, and you listened to him and brought the gun, right?
Correct.
And isn't it true, Sebastien was saying it's loud enough, it wasn't a secret among the four guys that you brought your gun, right?
I'm only sure, 100% sure that I knew and Sebastien knew. I don't know who else knew.
All right, well, let's go to your deposition, once again, on page 73, lines 5 through 9, if you turn to that. Then you go to page 74, and we'll talk about that one as well. Isn't it true? You done?
Just began.
Take your time, sir.
Okay, I'm finished, sir.
It's true. You were asked the question by me. So there was no secret. The four guys, Chris, Keyshawn, and Sebastien, knew you brought your gun, right?
Correct.
Your answer, let me finish. And your answer was, yeah. I said, okay, is that a yes? That's a yes. And you said, yes.
Correct.
But everyone knew you brought your gun, right?
Um,
Just said that under oath back in June. Were you not being truthful then?
no, I was being truthful, but as I stated today and as I did in June, I can't fully tell you for 100% fact what information someone is or isn't privy to. I can't tell you if he knew that or not because you asked me, did they know? And I said it loud enough for them to know. I'm assuming they know.
All right, and today you don't want the jury to know for sure that they really knew because you knew that's different than what they testified in court, right?
It makes no difference.
Makes a big difference to you because you want my client convicted of killing your friend, right?
I don't care. I quite honestly don't care, sir.
All right, go to page 74. Well, you know what? Let's move on. All right, I'll move on. You were drinking that night too, weren't you, sir?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
All right, go to page 81, lines 16 to 19 of your deposition.
Page 81.
8-1, yes, sir.
Okay.
16 to 19.
Okay.
You know what? I'm taking that out of context. You did say we don't really drink that much. You didn't say that night, so you didn't say you were drinking. I apologize. Okay, I'll move on. You agree you smoked a little pot earlier in the day, right?
It says I may have. I don't really know.
That affect you in making decisions?
I'm not sure if I did or didn't, so I can't tell you if it affected my decision making or not, sir.
You passed Mr. Rudolph's home before y'all parked, didn't you, sir?
Yes, sir.
When you did that, y'all looking at the cameras and different things to make sure you can do what you got to do, right?
No, sir, not
You
looking.
see the cameras?
No, I didn't personally. I'm not looking for cameras.
The other friends looking? Or you don't know?
I don't know that. I couldn't tell you. I'm not them.
But you definitely passed by the front of his home before Keyshawn parked, right?
Yes, sir. It was in the video.
Pardon me?
It was in the video. Us driving up, parking.
I'm talking past his front door.
I don't know, sir. I couldn't tell you.
You just said yes. Now you're saying you don't know?
If we drove past his front door,
Yes, sir.
I don't know the direction we entered the street because I wasn't driving, so we probably did.
All right. You were at the Rudolph residence a few times before this night. Isn't that true, sir?
Not inside. I rode with Dominique to pick something up, but that's it.
You've been to their house before, right?
On the property, not in the house.
I didn't say in the house. To the house.
To the house? Yes.
So you knew they had cameras, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Keyshawn didn't tell you there's cameras and all kind of cameras all around there and there's a security screen inside?
I don't really remember that much, sir. At that point, I wasn't thinking too straight.
If you're thinking straight, you wouldn't have a gun in your pocket, right?
Correct.
You wouldn't go over there and get involved in somebody's relationship in the middle of the night, right?
That's correct.
You wouldn't go there with 4 guys, right?
I went with 3 guys, but there was 4 of us, yes.
Good point. You wouldn't park a block and a half away, or at least I know you didn't park. Keyshawn parked the car a block and a half away, right?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
You were thinking straight. Y'all went to park the block and a half away, right?
You said that very fast, I'm sorry.
If you were thinking straight, you wouldn't have had Keyshawn went to park the block and a half away from the Rudolph residence, right?
I was thinking straight. I don't think at that point thinking straight has anything to do with parking.
Plenty of parking spots in the front of the house, right?
I believe there was cars parked out front already.
So it was blocked. Guys couldn't park in front of the house. Is that your testimony?
Sure, it makes no difference, honestly.
Sorry?
Sure, yes, it makes no difference, honestly.
I'm asking if it's your testimony. Whether it makes a difference is not for you to decide. My question is, was there cars parked in front of the house blocking y'all from parking there? That's the question.
There was a car in the driveway, like we saw in the video, and then there was cars on the street. So not blocking. I didn't say the word blocking. You said blocking.
I'm just trying to find out in plain English if there was parking spaces in front of their house or not. That's all I'm trying to find out. At 12 o'clock at night on April 6, 2021.
I can't definitively say that I know what the parking situation was in front
There
of
was tons of spots in the front, across the street, on the side of the house. Isn't that true, sir?
Sure, yes.
And y'all decided to park far away because this was a sneak attack, right?
You can't sneak up on someone who has cameras, as you said.
Okay, well, you were there under the guise of talking. What you going to talk about? What were you going to talk about with your shirt off, with the gun in your pocket at 12 o'clock at night? What were you going to talk about, sir?
Basically just what transpired with Dominique. Probably, I don't know. When something like that happens, then you go have a discussion about what happened and basically that shouldn't have happened or justify why it happened. And then, yeah, that's basically what the conversation would have been about. But we weren't able to have a conversation. Instead, we got shot at.
Right. Travis came out of the house shooting at you right away?
Initially, no, sir.
Travis came out of the house with a gun and shot you while you were on the corner?
After he slipped, yes.
All right, so he slipped and then he shot you while you were on the corner in the intersection, to use your word, right?
So First, he approached me and he was having difficulty loading the firearm, and then
I didn't
that's,
ask you that. I asked if he shot you on the in the intersection. Is that what you want us to believe?
no, the first time I got shot, I believe I was already down the block.
I didn't ask you the first time, did I? Please answer the question. If you can't understand it, I'll repeat it. You understand my question?
That one or all of them as a whole?
If you don't care what the jury thinks, why do you keep saying you were shot and you were injured over and over and over and over when it's not responsive to what I'm asking you?
It's just
Sustained.
All right. So he comes out of the house and he slips, right?
right,
You're still armed. Right?
right.
You don't walk away. Right?
This is seconds. He's approaching me now.
You don't walk away when the fight breaks out or when you're standing there with the mom screaming and showing you a video that y'all on camera or whatever she's showing you. You don't walk away, do you? You stand there waiting, right?
It's hard to,
And ask if it's hard. Did you walk away or not?
as I was saying, it's hard to walk away when you're in fear of someone approaching you with a firearm.
Okay. So did you walk away or not when you were standing there before Travis went in the house or after he came out of the house? Did you walk away during that time period, sir?
No, sir.
Who prevented you or what prevented you from leaving and walking away at that time?
Nothing, sir.
Travis didn't shoot you when he came out of the house. He had a clear view of you, right?
Yes, he hadn't loaded the firearm yet.
Okay, so it's still your position it was unloaded, right? Right?
Yes, sir. That's my position, personally.
Why
But
would you give up and surrender, to use your words, if the firearm's not even loaded? Why don't you pull yours out and shoot him? He's got a gun. He's threatening you.
I wasn't there to shoot him, and that's not what I intended to do or wanted to do or something.
What are you surrendering about when there's an unloaded gun? And you knew it was unloaded because you keep saying over and over he didn't know what he was doing loading the gun or he couldn't do it.
I didn't view it as a unloaded weapon, but I viewed it with the potential to what it could possibly do to me. So, or my brothers down the street. So I kind of more or less froze up because I didn't want to initially get shot from a distance or have them get shot at from a distance. At least attempt to defuse the situation further, if possible.
Just like you diffused the whole night, right? You did everything to diffuse the situation. Is that what you're telling us?
No, not the whole night. There were instances where my actions furthered the events of the night, but
Well, you started the events by coming to a grown man's home and his mom's house and his brother's house, waking him up in the middle of the night, banging on the door with your friends. Isn't that true?
I believe the series of events began with Dominique being assaulted by Travis. But no, sir, that's not. To answer your question, that's not what started the events.
Okay. So are you a law enforcement officer too?
No, sir, I don't. I'm not currently
Ever?
training to be a law enforcement officer. I have plans to.
You have a badge?
No, sir.
Why'd you leave your phone in the car?
Expensive phone. I didn't want to break it.
How much did your gun cost? $1, right?
Yeah, it's
What's
cheap.
it worth? What was it worth?
Not as much as that phone.
But that you wanted to bring with you because that's what you were going to use if you had to or if you wanted to, right?
More or less because I was scared. I probably brought it. Just didn't.
Scared? Why didn't you leave or call the police?
We did attempt to leave, but we were being shot at.
Why didn't you leave before you even got there? Why'd you get in the car?
A mistake, honestly. That's really
Deadly mistake, right?
quite literally.
So you were scared before you even went there, right? You were scared. You just said that.
Yeah, that's not something that I was trying to show. I was trying to basically not show that, so my brothers felt, I could tell Keyshawn kind of didn't, or he kind of felt obligated to go, more or less. Didn't feel like he wanted to.
I'm not asking about Keyshawn. I'm asking if he was scared. Why do you keep giving me dissertations on what your brothers wanted or what they wanted to do? Simple question.
Sustained. But there is a question pending. Answer the question, please.
You were scared, right? Before you went there.
Yes, sir.
Keyshawn was scared, right?
Probably a little bit.
Obviously, Sebastien Jean-Jacques was scared, right?
I can't say that Sebastian's really ever scared.
Why would he be adamant in asking you to bring your gun if he was cool about going over there? It was no big deal. Why would he do that, sir?
Maybe a fear of what could happen to his brothers, or just because he's not scared doesn't mean he has a lack of or disregard for his life. He still wants to live, so he's
All
not.
right. So you're not. You say Sebastien was not scared, is your testimony, right?
I'm not sure. He's not here for us to ask him, so
I'm asking you. You were with him.
I can't tell you.
All right. And how about Chris Lowe? Was he scared?
Maybe a little bit, probably.
I'm going to show you defense exhibit number 1. It's a picture from the ring camera. Who's in that picture? Do you know?
Keyshawn and Sebastien.
Keyshawn, this guy with the hoodie.
Yes, sir.
I can't hear you.
Yes, sir.
Puts that hoodie on when he gets angry?
I don't.
Yes, no, or you don't know?
He's not like the Hulk. He doesn't put a hoodie on when he gets angry, particularly. He just.
So you disagree with that statement? He puts a hoodie on when he gets angry. You disagree with that?
I wouldn't agree or disagree, sir. I don't know when he does or doesn't put his hoodies on. I don't know.
He's your best friend. You don't know that?
You know when your best friend puts his hoodies on, sir? That's not like a normal thing. When you don't ask your best friend, hey, when do you put your hoodies on when you get angry? Or
So you asked him. You're with him all the time, right?
and as I'm with him, he puts his hoodie on sometimes. Sometimes he's wearing hoodies. Sometimes he's not. I don't know. It's an article of clothing. So
Had nothing to do with anger is your testimony.
I don't see how putting a hoodie on could.
I'm asking what you see. I'm asking what you know. And if you don't know, that's okay.
Sustained.
And Sebastien is right here, the gentleman in the middle.
Correct.
And who's this guy with the white shirt, or at least appears to be light colored?
I believe that's Travis's brother.
Never met him in your life?
No, sir.
First time you ever saw him?
Yes, sir.
When you found out that wasn't Travis, and now there's another man involved who you don't even know, you don't walk away, do you?
No, sir.
Don't call the police and get them involved, do you?
No, we still haven't spoken to Travis.
Because you guys were there to do what you wanted to do, right?
We were there to do what we wanted to do.
You confused?
Yeah. We were there to do what we wanted to do. I don't really understand what kind of question
I'll
that
move
is.
Let me show you defense number 5. The guy with the tattoos, no shirt on, obviously that's you, right?
Correct.
Did you know you took your shirt off? You didn't know, or you forgot?
Probably forgot a series of events.
Right? Obviously the guy with the hoodie is still Keyshawn, right?
Right.
And the guy in the back with his arms folded, that is Sebastien, right?
Right.
And the guy behind him, do you see somebody else?
Yeah, you can see Chris just barely.
And this is before anyone came out of the house, right?
Right.
We'll go back to this exhibit number 5. You agree that's Sebastien with the arms folded, right?
Yes, sir.
This is defense number 5.
Right.
Sebastien left his phone in the car, right?
I believe so. May have had it in his pocket.
Pardon me?
May have had in his pocket.
You testified you left it in the car earlier, didn't you?
I believe he did. I don't know exactly.
In the trunk. Isn't that what you said?
Well, we put our stuff in the trunk. That's where I put my phone. Couldn't tell you particularly where he put his phone. As you told me, my phone wasn't even in the trunk. My phone was in the side door. So,
Oh, you agreed and said that your phone was in the side door.
right, as the evidence showed, it was in the side door. So I'm telling you, don't ask me the positions and locations of where whose phone was or what. I don't know, sir.
Isn't it true you said Sebastian's phone was in the car, whether it was in the trunk or anywhere else? You said it was left in the car. Isn't that true? Yes or no?
Today? You're asking me if I made that statement today?
Today or any day.
I can't really remember, sir. I'm sorry.
You didn't say that earlier on direct examination? Keyshawn and Sebastian put their phones in the trunk or in the car?
Probably. I don't know, sir.
Oh, probably. All right. You know Keyshawn has something in the pocket because you see this picture, right?
Yep.
Not his phone, right?
No, I'm answering, yep, I see the picture. I don't see Keyshawn's pocket at all. I can't
Not
tell you
Keyshawn, Sebastian. Thank you for correcting me, sir.
there's something in Sebastian's pocket. I can't tell you what that is, sir.
Not his phone, right?
Could be his phone, could be his keys, could be a watch, wallet, socks, could be anything, sir.
My question was, it's not his phone. Isn't that true, sir? It's not his phone. Not Sebastian's phone.
I can't definitively tell you what is in his pocket for me to tell you whether or not it is his phone. I can't tell you what's in his pocket, sir. I don't know.
You know his phone's in the car.
I don't know if his phone's in the car.
Why'd you testify to that? Why are you backtracking now? Because now you see something in his pocket and you know we got a problem because his gun's in his pocket and not his phone? Is that why you're saying that, sir?
No, sir, not at all. I could care less what you think is in his pocket. I
You
don't
don't care what the jury thinks either, right? You don't care what anyone thinks.
I care what a lot of people think. More or less, I don't care for the image you're trying to paint. If you want to say there's something in his pocket, if you want to say there's something in the car, if you want to say this or that or whatever, Mark, I quite honestly could care less at this point. I've been here all day, so I'm more or less worried about getting home. My back hurts a lot right now. This is just, we're far from the point. What are you getting at?
Getting at the truth. Are you okay with that? You need a break? Maybe ask the judge. You want to ask the judge for a break?
Oh, you needed the potty break, Mark, not me. I'm good.
My name is Mark. We know each other personally.
Is that not your first name?
All right, it is time for a break. We'll take a 10-minute restroom break, but before we all head out for the restroom break, I want to talk to the lawyers. Folks, remember to obey your 4 cardinal rules. Open mind, no research, no discussion. See you back at about 10. That would be 4:17.
So is it your testimony that you forgot you even had a gun in your pocket?
Yes, sir.
You always forget you have a gun in your pocket?
I don't carry a gun often enough to forget or remember where it is. It's not that regularly that it's just in my pocket anymore, so I don't. It's hard for me to answer that.
When the trunk opened up, did you ask Sean or did anyone tell you why he put his phone in the trunk?
No, sir.
How about Sebastien? Did you ask him why he put his phone in the trunk?
I'm not sure that he did, sir, so no.
Well, you know he left it in the car, right?
I don't know for sure the location of anyone's phone except for my own, sir. I can only
Okay.
assume or try to recall or recant the events as they occurred. My memory isn't perfect, as I got shot multiple times that night, so
You heard that. I know that.
yeah, so do I. But that's why I'm trying to tell you that I can't tell you the particular location of Sebastian's phone or Keyshawn's phone, or
Trying to find out if Sebastian's phone was in the car. That's all.
I'm not sure, sir. The car's in evidence. Did you check the car? Did you find the phone?
Next question. You're not answering questions.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
May I proceed? I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go to your statement to Detective Anlin. You have it there from April 8th, 2021.
Right.
All right. Go to page 23.
Right. Okay.
Waiting for you to get there.
Right. What? And the point is,
You want me to tell you the point?
yes.
Or do you want me to tell you what page and line?
I'm on the page. Just
You want me to tell you the line? Line 20 to 24.
right.
That refresh your memory that you told Detective Anlin that both you and Sebastien left your phone in the car?
Page 23, lines 20 through 24 reference the location of the gun range on my packet. I don't know.
You're not looking. You're looking at the statement dated April 8th. You want me to show it to you? Maybe you have the wrong one.
You've given me so much, sir. I don't.
Please do. With the microphone, if you're going to ask him questions from up there. Okay, all right.
Lines 20 to 24. That refresh your memory that you told the detective the day after you released from the hospital that you and Sebastien left your phone in the car.
Lines 20 through 24 of the packet that I just asked you, is this the correct packet? And you assured me it was. Talks about how big the gun Travis had was, and he ran towards me. He
Let me approach, Judge.
You may.
told me this was the right packet.
What you're looking at, please.
Like 5 packets up here. There's this one, there's this one, there's this one.
No, this is Detective Ema. Not that one. One to Vandalin. Here's the date right here, April 8th. Thank you. It's 23. Lines 20 to 24.
Right.
Sebastien left his phone in the car, right? That's what you told her.
Right, that is what I told her.
Why are you telling us today you're not sure? You don't remember it. You don't want anyone to know that. Why? Why is it different?
No, it's not that I don't want anyone to know. If that's what occurred, that's what happened. If his phone was in his pocket, it was in his pocket. If it was in his car, it was in his car. It makes no difference to me, sir. It clearly makes a difference to you, and I'm not sure what that is.
Well, isn't it true it makes a difference to you because you're trying to convince everyone what's in Sebastian's pocket is not a gun. It was his phone, and that's why you're taking back what you previously said. Isn't that true, sir?
No, sir. You're trying to prove that You're trying to prove that what was in Sebastian's pocket was in fact a firearm when Sebastian doesn't even own a firearm, and I'm telling you it could have been his phone, his keys, his wallet, socks, and I'm telling you I don't know what the contents of Sebastian's pockets are. I don't perform cavity searches on my friends when we depart and arrive
You know what
from.
under oath means?
I know what under oath means. I also, do you know
Let me
what
finish my question.
I don't remember means? I couldn't.
You just told us a few minutes ago, and now you looked at the statement to refresh your memory, and you realize you did tell Detective Allen and Sebastian, and you both left your phones in the car, right?
Right.
And now you're still telling the jury he may have had his phone in his pocket in that picture, right? That's what you want us to believe. Why do you keep saying that?
No, sir. I can clarify.
Isn't that what you just said? Under oath again?
Yeah, we are under oath still. I can clarify if you would like.
I want you to clarify it. Why do you keep saying he had his phone in his pocket? Did he have a second phone with him, your friend?
You're not allowing me the opportunity to speak.
The question is, did he have a second phone? Prosecutor gets another chance to talk to you.
I don't know. Maybe he did.
Did you see him with a second phone?
No, sir, I didn't.
You ever see him with a second phone during this time period?
He just got a new phone, so it's possible he kept both. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Do you know where that second phone went? Did he lose it during this altercation that we're talking about?
The second phone in question is not. I have no knowledge of that, so I couldn't tell you where it was or where it wasn't.
You would agree there's no chance Sebastian had a phone in his pocket when you guys went to Mr. Rudolph's house before Travis came out of the house, right?
Well, when I came in here today, I told you that
You understand my question? Yes, no, or I don't understand.
that's not the sufficient answer for me. Well, for this question, at least, I don't
My
think.
question is, you know what? I'll just move on. Never mind.
Okay.
Remember saying back in June of last year you had a patchy memory about what happened in front of Travis's home?
Probably said that.
And that after you parked the car, you really didn't remember much about what happened?
Probably said that. I don't know.
You want to look at your deposition, or do you remember saying that?
Not really, but I don't need a refresher. If you said I said it, I agree. I concur.
And at that time, when you gave your deposition in June of last year, 2021, Detective Vanderlyn told you before June of 2021 that there was surveillance cameras that captured possibly what happened in front of the house, right?
I don't remember having that conversation with Detective Vanderlyn about surveillance.
You sure?
Right now, I don't remember, but if you want to look through it and refresh me about things that happened 2 years ago, we can do so.
Well, no problem. Go to page 94 of your deposition. That's the big statement given on June 16th. Look at the front cover. If you need help, I'll help you. Go to page 94, lines 13 to 24.
Okay.
Now refresh your memory that Detective Vanderlyn told you there were cameras of what happened in front of Mr. Rudolph's home?
Yes.
So you knew that before you gave me answers to my questions about what happened in front of the door, and then you said you didn't remember too much, right?
I'm sorry. Can you ask that question again?
What didn't you understand? What part of it?
The question as a whole, I didn't understand.
So you came to deposition on June 16, 2021, right?
Right.
Prosecutors, 2 prosecutors were there, right, or 1? Do you remember? I think it was 1.
Remember Adrian was there with me.
Okay. You call her by her first name as well?
It depends.
Not Miss Ellis to you?
The occasion.
Overruled. All right, next question.
I was there, right?
Yeah, you were there.
Ms. Perlette was there?
Yes, she was there.
Court reporter was there?
Yes.
We went to the state attorney's office, right? And when I asked you a question, because I was trying to find out what you knew, I asked you a lot more questions than the detective asked you, right?
Probably.
Way more.
Yeah, probably.
Probably or yes? I want you to guess. If you don't know, say I don't know. If you know, say I know.
I would say probably.
Questioned you for over 2 hours. 2 hours, right?
You did, yes.
And detective's statement that you gave her. If you remember, started at 1846, which is 6:46 p.m. and ended at 1907 hours, which is 7:07. So 6:46 to 7, would you agree, is 14 minutes. To get to 7 o'clock from 6:46, it would be 14 minutes, right?
Right.
And to get the past 7 minutes past 7 will be another 7. So it'll be 21 minutes total, right?
Right.
My deposition was 10 times longer, right?
Quite literally 10 times.
Yeah. So for those 2 hours, part of the question, and we just discussed it, and you said you remember, you knew or believed during the June period that the security cameras at the Rudolph residence were working. You didn't know they weren't really being recorded because you believed Detective Vanderlyn when she told you there was cameras of what happened in front of the house, right? You believed her.
I believe Detective Vanderlyn when she told me there was cameras.
You asking me or telling me?
No, I'm asking you. Is that the question?
What do you think I'm doing? Please answer the question.
No, I'm trying to make sure I understand the proper phrasing of your question so I can answer it properly.
I'm not asking you about the roof of the house. I'm not asking about anything but the cameras that Miss Vanderlyn.
Please stop wasting time. Ask the question. If you don't understand it, you tell him right away that you don't understand it. What's the question?
So when you came for your deposition on June, you've already knew from April when Detective Vanderlyn told you about the cameras, when you spoke to her, you believed the cameras recorded everything that happened in the front of the house, right? Because she told you that.
Right.
And isn't that true? That's why you didn't want to answer the questions and said, I don't really remember what happened, because you thought it was all on recording, right?
No, probably more or less just frustrated and didn't feel like conversing further.
Did you say you were frustrated? You never said that, did you?
It's hard for anyone to say they're frustrated in the moment. It's easier when you look back on a situation and say, I was probably frustrated during that time. No one ever, well, people do, but for the most part, no one just says I'm so frustrated right now as they're frustrated.
Didn't ask for a break, did you?
No, sir, there's no reason for a break. I can control my bladder.
You can making fun of me asking to go to the bathroom like you did before?
Not making fun of you, sir.
Come on.
I'm making a statement.
Just stop. Wait for the next question.
So I'll ask you one more time. Isn't it true the reason in June 16th you didn't give any direct answers about who hit who first and what happened in the front of the house is because you thought it was on camera and you get caught lying? Isn't that true?
No, sir. The reasoning for when this deposition turns into question or answers, saying things like I don't remember, or even in the when I had to come for the trial in November.
I'm asking you about that. I'm asking what you said in the deposition on June. You can't
Right.
understand my question? If you don't, I'll repeat it.
No, I understand perfectly in the
Why don't
answer.
you answer, please?
Yeah, I'm trying to answer.
I'm not asking about anything other than the deposition on June 16th and why you said I don't remember anything about really what happened in the front of the house.
Well, he didn't. Well, answer the question, please.
So basically, the reasoning for that answer, or those answers where I was a little bit irritated.
So when you're irritated, you don't tell the truth?
This isn't about telling the truth or being deceitful. This was more or less kind of just giving up. I didn't really care for the line of questioning anymore. I kind of didn't care or didn't see the importance of my answers, and
You received a subpoena, sir, to come to court, to come to that deposition?
Yes, sir.
Legal document requiring you to be there?
Yes, sir.
And you lied about what you remember happening. Or maybe you really didn't remember what happened, and now you're making up what happened because you know there's no video. Which way is it?
No, sir, I didn't lie about what happened.
Then why did you say you couldn't remember what happened in the front of the house? Why you thought there was videos?
Sustained. Next question.
Now you know there's no videos. You found that out, that the recordings at the Rudolph home unfortunately weren't working. You found that out, right?
Weren't working, or were they deleted? It's up for debate. I don't know. They're not there. They don't exist. So we can't,
You know that, right?
I can tell you of the footage I did see. I can't tell you what happens in between. I'm not in control of their security system.
I'm not asking anything like that. All I'm asking is, as you sit here now, if you don't understand the question, I'll break it down. You're sitting on that witness chair, right?
Right.
All right, you know what day it is?
All right, next question. Come
And
on.
as you're sitting here now, you know there's no footage for whatever reason. It doesn't exist other than the doorbell cam. You know that, right?
Oh, yes.
And now all of a sudden you could remember every detail that my client came out slamming Keyshawn first and he starts the fight. You remember all the details today, right?
It was never, like I said, up for debate if I could or couldn't remember. I simply wasn't trying to remember when something that serious or traumatic happens. Sometimes you just try to
Understand my
put it off.
question? You remember it today, right? All the details. Yes or no?
All of the details.
Of what happened in the front of the house where you didn't remember him in June during the deposition.
If you ask me a particular question about something that occurred that night, I can answer to you if I do or don't remember.
Not what I'm asking you. Do you understand the question?
Yeah, I
All
understand
right,
the
let me
question.
explain something right now. To the extent that your answers seem to be evasive and they elicit extra questions from Mr. Shiner,
Yes, sir.
that means you're going to have to be back here next week. In all likelihood, you are already going to have to be back here next week answering questions. So the sooner you can get focused in on the questions that he's asking and providing simple answers in response to those questions, the sooner we can get moving. I have to get out of here by 5 o'clock because we have jurors who have commitments in order to be able to fulfill those commitments and be back here to continue this trial on Tuesday morning. All right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Next question, please.
You don't even remember back in the deposition when I asked you if you were involved in a fight. You don't even remember fighting back then in June, right? You couldn't remember that even, that there was a fight. Yes or no, or I don't remember.
Don't remember.
All right, go to your deposition, page 95, line 1 to 2. Deposition was taken June 16th. It's the large booklet you have.
Okay, I'm here.
Page 95.
Oh, page 94. I'm sorry. All right.
Isn't it true? And go to the page before, page 94, so you put it in proper context. Line 25.
Got you.
Okay. True, you were asked in that deposition on June 16th while you were under oath, do you remember a fight by me? The question was, do you remember a fight, a fist fight? And your answer was, not. I don't remember fighting or anything. I remember being on the floor at one point.
Right.
Next question. All right, so do you remember putting anyone in a headlock or punching anyone, you personally? No, sir.
Right.
You wouldn't even give me that there was a fight back then, right?
No.
Back in June when I asked you those questions, you didn't remember there was even a fight. Those are your questions. Those are your answers under oath, right?
Right. That's the thing about memory. You can not remember something today, and then as time goes on and you get a chance to think back and reflect a bit, you may remember more things. So you can't tell me I'm wrong for not remembering something at a certain time after it just happened, after I was just shot, after my friend just died.
Keep going. You got anything else? I only asked you if you made those statements. Can you please try to?
Oh, yes, they're here. I made them.
Okay, I didn't ask you anything else.
Okay.
And you said those answers that you didn't even remember a fight because you were worried that the video was going to show that you sucker punched Travis Rudolph. Do you know what that means? Sucker punched?
Yeah.
Or sneak a punch?
Sneak a punch?
Whatever words you want to use.
Never heard that term.
What's sucker punch mean?
Could you define it? You brought it up.
You said you know what it means. What's it mean to you?
You didn't give me a chance. I just nodded my head.
You said yes. I said, you know what it means? You said yes. What's it mean to you?
After, I can't really give an exact definition of sucker punch. I'm sorry.
All right, well, the bottom line is you went up to Mr. Rudolph and hit him first and punched him on the side of the head to knock him out. Isn't that true, sir, while he was on the porch in the front of his house?
No, sir.
And you thought that was all captured on video, and you were worried that Detective Vandalin had all this, and that's why you wouldn't say 2 months later what really happened, because you knew what you really did, right?
No, sir.
Then why wouldn't you give answers then that you're giving different today?
Just frustrated and trying to push the responsibility of talking about it off and dealing with it. And
we'll talk about November when you came to court in front of this judge, probably not today, in this courtroom, under oath, and you didn't remember anything about a fight, right?
again, I was asked currently on that day and then again on November if during that time, if I...
Question is, when you came to court in November, and I'll get into more details, November of last year, do you want the exact date? It was November 8th, 2021. Started at 2:15. First of all, you brought here in handcuffs, right?
No, sir, not in handcuffs.
Oh, you were arrested were you arrested? You said that, didn't you?
Detained, brought in. I wasn't arrested until after the court appearance actually happened. I went home and I guess the warrant wasn't removed from the system. So then I was arrested for not appearing to court. But after being processed, I was released.
Okay, so because you wouldn't come to court, right? You refused. That's why they brought you here physically.
Yes, sir, correct.
Yeah, and that day, November 30th, you said the same thing that you told me in the deposition, even more so. You remembered nothing, and I'll get into everything you said that day after, but isn't that true? You said you didn't remember anything about any fight, any argument, who hit who first. Isn't that true, sir?
Out of frustration, yes.
I'm not asking if you were frustrated.
Frustrated, no.
I'm not asking you that. I said, did you say that?
Did I say that I didn't remember? Yes.
And that was a lie, wasn't it?
No.
Or are you lying today? Which one?
I can't speak on my memory from 2 years ago or 1 year ago. I can only speak on my memory today, currently.
You never got prosecuted for perjury, did you?
I never perjured myself to be prosecuted, so.
Well, you didn't lie in November? You didn't lie in your deposition under oath for not being truthful about remembering things? Or are you lying under oath today saying you remember every detail of what happened? Which one is it, sir?
There's no way to, unless you can tell me one, prove what I could remember at a certain particular time. I'm answering truthfully about my memory at then as I am now. So as I told you, I was frustrated and trying not to answer, and now I'm taking accountability and trying to answer your questions. If you're taking accountability, why don't you admit you lied when you came back in here? Or did you not lie in November when you came here under oath? Lie about? Everything. No, sir, I didn't lie. I answered truthfully. I couldn't remember at the time. That's what the answers read here. You didn't come in here voluntarily under the subpoena that you were required to, right? I didn't subpoena you, did I? I've never came voluntarily, to be quite honest. Came to the deposition voluntarily. I didn't have you arrested, did I? You walked in on your own accord, right? Early on, I wasn't aware of if I was legally obligated to I'm not asking you that. I said, did you walk in on your own accord or not?
Sustained. That's not particularly useful.
I'm not asking that you were arrested. I'm saying you voluntarily came. Well, you came based on the subpoena. No one forced you to be there in terms of physically bringing you like they did in November, right?
I was legally obligated to come then. I wasn't forcefully brought here in November either. I came against my own will. I was 2 officers came to my home and basically spoke with me and they
brought you here, right?
They didn't forcefully bring me down here. They told me that I could come with them, or I would probably end up being brought back later on. Either way, so it would be smartest to just come with them now.
You went with them.
On my own accord, rather.
You went with them.
Yes.
No officers brought you to my deposition, right?
No, sir.
Back in June of 2 years ago, when you gave your sworn statement, you didn't even remember taking your shirt off, right?
Particularly, I remember you refreshed my memory of that detail, that my shirt was off in the deposition.
Go to deposition, page 97, line 1 to 4.
You asked me if my shirt was off, and I told you that it was on, and you told me that no, it was off, and that's what refreshed my memory.
I never told you that. I didn't tell you anything. I'm asking the questions. I'm not giving you information.
Oh, I'm not speaking about right now. I'm talking about what
Talking
happened.
during your deposition under oath in June.
Right.
Go to page 97, line 1 through 4.
I'm here.
Whenever you want me to break, I'll break.
Very shortly.
I'm here.
Isn't it true you were asked, all right, you don't remember taking your shirt off, you're telling me? Because you don't take any clothes off to your memory. You don't remember? And then we're talking about this incident, obviously, and you said, no, I don't remember. Remember saying that?
And then you refreshed my memory, as I said, telling me there's a video that looks like you on the doorbell camera taking your shirt off. As I told you, this was my memory
Or
refresher.
at that time on the video. I couldn't tell.
So then I don't know why you told me that.
I was trying to figure out who the guy was without the shirt on. And that's why I was asking you the question. And you said you don't remember taking your shirt off. I was trying to find who the guy was at the time. I didn't have a big screen like this so I could see everybody.
All right, it is time. All right, we're going to call it a week right now. So we'll, unfortunately, I am going to have to take my morning docket on Tuesday. So we'll get started at 10 o'clock on Tuesday, folks. Sign in, of course, with the jury office in time to get upstairs by 10 o'clock. It's a long holiday weekend. In addition to staying safe, folks, I want you to remember and obey the 4 cardinal rules. I don't know whether you'll run into any of us out there or not. I don't know how much news coverage there's going to be about this trial. Try to duck us. Try to duck whatever news coverage pops up. Do your best to do that. If you are inadvertently exposed to any news coverage, whether it be via social media or on television or what have you, please let us know on Tuesday. No research, of course, no discussion even amongst yourselves, and I've already covered the other 2. So keep an open mind. You've heard a whole lot of evidence, but not all of it at this point in time. Please stay safe, but enjoy your holiday weekend. See you on Tuesday at 10 o'clock.
Notepads face down with the numbers up, please.
Okay. So, Mr. Rudolph, I'm going to give you a photocopy of the order that I've signed vacating the writ. What did I say? Oh, sorry. Yeah, Mr. Robinson. Sorry about that. Okay, so hang on to that, because if you're inadvertently picked up, you want to show them that. You do, however, have to be back here at 10 o'clock on Tuesday, all right? Stay safe during the weekend. Lori, whoa, watch your step. It's been a long time up there.